So 5 to 60 to the 5 the balance. I thought you had balance, no?
No, this is
The balance is 64. to a TNT has to have a partner. Keep it in mind. For those fields, you can use TNT to make 0.02, 0.05, less than 0.05. And then sell don't waste sell. Just sell with $1.
Large every day.
Is it every day?
Yeah. Also, we need to yes, sorry. Yeah. Actually, I'm sure that it is not that
So that's each time you have to use the rate.
yes, that would be it.
Yeah. I'm not going to change that
I guess like 2 days ago, let's see.
you do your template, your template. They want to have you Susan, do we present response well? Bitcoin on TNTM. You talk about wallet, we transfer the money from here to there. We generate. No?
Yeah, it comes from the country. Oh.
Welcome to this fantastic Bitcoin meetup. This is our 7th Bitcoin meetup event, and we see some new faces, so welcome everyone to the room. And we have also joining us today as a co-host, Ken Wang, who will be one of our guest speakers. So a big thank you to everyone that's joining us today. And as we know, we are in very exciting times with Bitcoin. So today, for folks that are new to crypto, we are going to be covering some tips for you, learning about how to get positioned in Bitcoin and success stories from people who have had success trading in digital currencies. And we will also have people share with us that have had success with trading and giving us insights and tips from some retired stockbrokers. And in the room, also, we have many different entrepreneurs that are sharing their knowledge with us with regards to different types of investing. And we have industry leaders, and we have different speakers joining us every single week. And this workshop, this meetup runs every Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time in beautiful West Vancouver at 1347 Marine Drive. So without further ado, I want to introduce Ken Wang, who is going to tell us his story and his exciting gold business. And also, I will have Raymond Risk introduce Ken to the audience. And then at the end, we'll also have 2 other guest speakers, which is Robert and Lisa. So thank you so much, and welcome.
Okay. So thank you for that, Melanie. You're amazing. And so is Ken, by the way. Ken is amazing. Ken previously led the BOCI and RBC's global investment banking teams in Asia, Hong Kong, and Beijing, focused on energy, mining, and natural resources with 25 plus years of professional experience in natural resources and technologies, both on buy side and sell side, involving numerous cross-border transactions. Extensive management and board experience with publicly listed international resource companies. With that, I bring you Ken Wang.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, very grateful for the invitation and me and Melanie, and just good. I've been here 3 times, and I feel this is growing but very interesting group, and hopefully we can achieve something. And in a very short period of time, I personally I've created a little film, a gold film, which is not later, but today. It's a asset-based token that the gold is gone. Regular gold on central banks. So I, it's you can probably you probably can tell from Rim's yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
It's an introduction.
Yeah.
I'm a mining guy. I'm like, hard rock mining, real mining guy. And but I sort of ventured into digital mining in 2018. After I finished my my real job, big job, I kind of semi-retired back to Vancouver from Hong Kong, and so I helped a company listed on venture stock exchange, and the business of that company was mining and hosting. We created data centers and protect electricity and build data center. They invite the principal company with miners to mine, and so that's when I got involved in Bitcoin because Bitcoin itself, 2018. So 10 flight, 36 years. But again, still learning everything every day new, and with this current boom, come back and the Bitcoin and everything else cryptos. So I think the interests are up, and we'll see how long this cycle is going to last. But everybody seems to be excited, and I'm as well. So, anyways, so I'm going to lay out today's given this agenda. Lay out today's workshop or meetup. So we've got a couple of excellent speakers. We're going to talk about trading, but with different strategies. And first is Lisa, and I met Lisa in 2015, 2018, when I first started the Bitcoin, and she already started trading using algorithm. Wasn't called AI yet at the time. Automated algorithm trading, and but she had many years of research experience to back her up. So she showed me a number of back those days, some of her results pretty spectacular. So I bumped into her again, and invited her to do a speech on how what was her approach into AI-based algorithm automated trading and strategy, etc. So that's that, and also Robert is a very known influencer, right? He started trading a year ahead, and so very seasoned trader, and of course he's got different style and strategy. We're gonna hear what we have to say, and then of course I think we'll start with Dr. Chen Wu. He's kind of anchor this place, and so he's going to tell us what this place is all about, and what we can all learn and benefit from being here, and maybe interact with each other. What else? Okay, so you're going to talk about the Bitcoin wallet. Just introduction. Okay. So who's going to talk about the Bitcoin wallet? Oh, it's included. Oh, you do it. Okay, so that's another focus. Yeah. All right. Okay. AI trading, AI evolution, crypto trading is Lisa, and then of course, yeah. Then we have Win. Win is traditional broker, stock broker for many years, and he's going to share with us his wisdom trading over the years as a traditional broker, and so it's important we can learn from the past and where we're going to head. Then we'll have Q&A for 10 minutes and networking. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Mr. Dr. Chen Hu, who's general manager of this Bitcoin shop, and he trained as a physicist, right? PhD scientist. Scientist. And so he has 5 years of crypto investment and trading, and he's working with me at this TSA Bitcoin Shop. So welcome.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, basically I'm a technical guy. Regarding the investor, I probably started maybe 20 years ago, but majorly I invested in real estate in USA and Canada. So Bitcoin to me is a new start. I started investing a couple of years ago, but here I really found that it's a big boost because I met so many different people with different background and different experience, and it let me realize that the crypto world is huge and growing and changing very fast. So here I just as a manager, I briefly introduce what we provide here, what is the service that we can, and because the time is changing and the trade is changing more and more, we have new topics and new focus. But at present, I'm just introducing some of our service here. So our TSA Bitcoin Shop actually is a franchise. The shop is just one spot here. We host and lead brand. And generally, we provide to all clients. One is buy and sell crypto, not only Bitcoin, with any other kind of swap exchange between cryptos and between with cash. So we don't need cash exchange like Canadian dollar, US dollar, and crypto. This is the basic service. And then Ken just mentioned that we need crypto for the client, different business. They are interested in make their own crypto. And can also give a pretty good presentation before. You can find online in our YouTube channel to introduce what he did and why he did this. And also the stack token to help with how you're going to develop and using the token. So we can have this kind of technical support and education. Then third, you need crypto wallet. We have some wallet, co-wallet provide for from the icon. You don't want to always put your asset online, right? The co-wallet can do it, and you can bring that to everywhere. You can do it. Also, you can change connect to your online wallet. And also, we have many skills and also the NFT, all those related to the blockchain. And today, if you buy the wallet here, it will be 10% off. And me, do you want to talk a little bit more about our wallet, or maybe later when I specifically on the TX card?
Yeah.
Okay. So also we provide consulting and education for those people who just enter this area, or they have been here long but focus on just a small area they want to explore. So we can provide this kind of service, including our members time by time they come to questions, and also we can help people in the trading platform, the NFT, all those can provide the support. And we have social media online, YouTube live, almost broadcast every day. But then, sometimes on Saturday and Sunday, we just accept the people. Also, we have Discord. We welcome people join us, especially those who want to be our member. Later, I will introduce how many things we can provide in. We have metaverse just to show you before, and X, media to Twitter, Telegram. So we share our thoughts, our view, our information with brand. Okay, then the membership. For the membership, we provide weekly member. In Discord, you can find how you can be our member. We provide courses for them. And in Discord channel, not only the member, even you are not a member, you can join in. But some channels open, and some are for membership only. And in here, we share our trading experience, our review, reports, news, and the results. And also we have daily and weekly market review and how much we did in custody or looking forward for the. And when there is changing quickly, especially when some meeting is coming, so we will send it a reminder to our member. And we share, we also encourage all our members share their idea, their skill, their experience, and teach people how to manage their risk. You don't want to lose money. You come in for investment, not lose money. Okay. There is many people doing online trading, and they all have their unit. So just introduce what's our unit. We have our specific tools. Some are developed by ourselves, some are we purchased and shared with the partners. And so we developed a specific methodology this is not training people to be a professional because not so many people have tons of time to be trained as a professional to do trading. So we just teach the basics and also develop some easy way we can follow, and we also show people what we are doing and what we are doing. So this is for those people who cannot spend much time or want to be really professional. So market they have high time and low time. So each day we teach each market. Basically, we focus on the stock index. Normally we don't trade on stock. The stock index will help us to oversee the whole market. And the commodities like gold, oil, and crypto, of course, and currency pair exchange. This is the basic four we focus on. And we provide, we have the partner provide the specific trading platform. And we also in Bitcoin we introduced several platforms, especially for communities. Some are not available for communities. And also those platforms that provide like a following service, so you can follow and you can see all those public traders how they do, and you can just copy their service. Thank you. Okay, so many people at the beginning when they're doing trading, maybe the first question is how can I put the money in, and also the management how can I do that. So this for just an example, is the TMGN platform is what we are using every day. They have different ways. What we are using now is e-transfer, wire, and credit. Because their headquarters is in Australia. So you may from this you may find it better for you. And especially people concerned, if I make the money in crypto, how can I exchange it to Canadian dollar in a bank account? So they provide this store. Basically, the two ways is quite common. One is crypto can exchange it quickly from this wallet to that wallet, from that platform to your wallet. And then you can decide the next step what you can do. The second is send the wire directly from the platform to your account. This is what they provide in their platform. So you can see one is just the crypto transfer. The second is the wire. The first is wire transfer globally, and they need your bank information just similar to the bank wire. And if you want to quickly, so you can use the wallet. I did that a couple of days ago. Just 1 or 2 hours, the money from the platform to my wallet. And I have the same wallet. Then you can do that's in your pocket. Then you can decide the time how you can use it. And this is the one wallet called PX card. You can install it from the App Store in your cell phone, and also you can have this card. We provide this service, and maybe you can introduce this wallet card. Actually, we have several different.
Just mentioned, and you just download the app on your Android or Apple phone, then you will see your token in your wallet and it's different blockchain, and also support NFT as well. The good thing for this wallet is very convenient and safe with cool wallet. In addition to that, you have several other cool wallet too, Ledger, TP, and more. And if you would like to learn more, and then you can talk to us after.
Yeah, cold wallet is compared with the hot wallet, your crypto any kind of crypto install in here, but you don't need to worry. I can but other wallet, hot wallet is always 24-hour online in the country. So you may worry if you do this. So yeah.
What if you lose either this one or the other one?
Yeah, if you lose it, that you only you know that address and the password. Yeah.
But your asset already gone.
Yeah. So this is when you have this, they ask you to set your keyword in your address. So if you lose this, you may find it out by your address and the password and you save that somewhere. Yeah. Otherwise, because this is a decentralized, no authority can control yours. Only yourself. You lose it. You are the only person. But anyway, it's
So you
not.
basically don't actually need that card.
Yeah, can I log
Right.
in without the password if I just swipe this? If someone steals it? do they
Yeah,
need the
someone
password?
you know they can take it,
Do they
but
still need the password or
yeah,
no?
it's still need. So if they lost the money, the payment is still there, and no one can see it. But
What my question to I guess a confusion for me. My assets are in there, like flying in the car, right? Then no matter if it's not online, then how am I supposed to access to it if it get lost? Actually.
No, the card is gonna block it.
yeah, it's
Oh, okay.
yeah. So it's okay. This is I'll give you an example. Just like we use computer, we all use computer, we all online, and then we made more and more virus in your computer, and hacker can steal your information. So your very important with information you would like to speak in, save your speaker, memory speaker or hardware, and you physically cut it from the internet. You don't does it on the computer. Then you do it safe, just like this. When you want to use it, you plug it in and go on. So this can really save your information, so no one can access it. You only go to online when you want to use it. But the another thing is, you are the only boss of it. If you lost it, no one can help. That's the decentralized. Yeah, later you can more questions you can answer. And I just go quickly for our. So this is a I introduced, and you can find all those links. Like if you go to our YouTube, the link is there. Just go there. So our Discord channel, we as I mentioned, we introduced several platforms if you want to do the trading. And the first one actually is not available for community, but you can have some other countries ID, you can log in here and they can access it. They don't need your physical address as long as you have the physical ID. The second and the third one actually we are using now. The second is for Canadian, and we just released it, so we haven't started to use it. But we do have some accounts. We doing the trading every day just for illustration and the education purpose. We don't put much money. We treat that as a tool of education, not the investment. Okay, so in Discord, our Discord channel, the main channel is TSA Bitcoin Library. There is a lot of information shared regarding the crypto, regarding the metaverse, and also the trading. So be a member. There is an introduction how to be a member. And this is as a member, the inside we have many channels focused on different topics. This one is just for different trading area we focus. And I just go quickly. The first is we share the information and people. Oh, yeah, this one is the platform link I just mentioned, and then we focus on the index, several index. Each day, we will send our view on in-depth review and our point and what we can do with it, just like it. Each day we will send our opinion regarding the work and also with analysis. So based on this, and also we have this is the US 30, just now it's NASDAQ, and also this is the US dollar index. This is what we watch, TV watch every day and give our opinion to share with the members. Also, many index like the currency pair. This is US euro versus US dollar, and this is the US the same US dollar to Canadian dollar, US dollar to Canadian dollar. Sorry, the letter category is too small, and you see we always give the opinion here, and predict maybe the next day the trading like that. So like we give the floor, and then we are following this analysis to do our trading. And for example here, we think the market will go down and we bounce at a certain point. So we follow this into our trading. This is our trading result. This is just what I said. This for your state status. We started this account from $250 about 1.5 months ago. And so you can see each trade just we can earn several dollars or just $20. But just starting from 1.5 months ago, 250 now is more than 4,000. And this is also the example. We analyze the currency pair of euro and the US dollar. We believe we should get in at the buy at a certain point, and we set our stop loss, set our profit, and then this is the result. This is the result. So we earn, this is for long. And also we look at the gold market. So we give the analysis and our view and our point. And this is the result. You can see all we need to each end. And this is another. So the red is we buy short, the blue is we buy long, and all if you found the correct point, you get in and you withdraw at the correct point, then you get there. We share the risk actually every day in our Discord channel with the members. The review, the report, and the next day the result. And this is also this is the two different platforms for trading. And also there is the oil market and analysis. I think it takes too long. Oil, and then the Bitcoin. Not only Bitcoin. You can see three categories focused on different cryptos. And this we also post our results, trading results at the last channel every day. This is the one example. Based on the analysis and this is result. Generally, we have two percentages to grow, but more than 100 is, especially in crypto area, is quite common. This is an analysis and result. Analysis and result. And especially for some crypto is going up and down, control very difficult, but if you really can get it, it give you a significant return for the different output, not Bitcoin, output crypto besides the BTC. So this is well, you can grow a lot, but with the money, you can lose a lot. This is just generally each day we will do such an amount, maybe double. But this is just a one day. And just I mentioned one illustrator account is growing from 250 to 4,000 plus in 140. And this one we just started last week. We starting from the last Thursday, and this is to today. You can see the date here, and roughly we growing nearly 50%. And it has up and down under the few, but literally it's still keeping the account, keeping the account, just didn't realize it at the same day. Okay, so that's it, and
Okay, thank
you
you.
can do Ken.
And yeah, next we're gonna have interview with Lisa to give us an overview of her trading strategy with AI created algorithm, or you could say trading bond, right? Trading crypto. And the background is from research. She's got some many years research background in stocks, commodities, and so she's been doing that for a number of years. And so it's interesting to hear how she's trading and what we can learn from her style of trading.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I'm Lisa. Today I'm going to share some ideas about using AI for crypto trading. Why is not very good?
Yeah, not study. Let me do this. Oh, it's like art, a kind of art.
Very good.
That's cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's PPT. You say it's PDF.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. So they cannot count the page.
Yes,
But it's more convenient.
okay. So we can start by looking at the Bitcoin price chart. It's very easy if we look back. The market will be categorized to 3 stages for up or down conditions. But look back is easy, but it's useless. What we really care is about the future, the tomorrow the price will be. So let's say now it's around $79,000. Will the price go up or we already seen the peak? So that is what we really want to know. And that part is actually what AI can help us to identify the trend foundation. How we do that? To achieve this, we need to design a model. So first, we need to know what is our target. So basically, we want to know whether the price will go up or go down. So we use return over the next 5 days as our target value. If the return is positive, the market will go up or else it will go down. So that is our target. And then we figure out the target value, we need to figure out the input data. So the most easy to use, and easy to get data in crypto is the pricing. So it can start from there. Basically, we can have some basic features from price information like open, close, high, low. But only look at one day is not enough. We need to go back some days. Let's say look back 20 days. We need to look at 20 days to see how the price goes from there to now. So we prepare a sequence of this. Now we have a two-dimensional data. And then we combine all the points together. So actually each day we actually have a three-dimensional data array. And then this is our input data prepared. So each day we have this input data and this target value. Next thing we need to do is that we just feed this input data into our model. So now I'm using a GRU data return unit. It's just a neural network, very specialized in dealing with frequencies, like this time series. So we feed this data into the model will begin to learn. It will try, the model will try to find some hidden relationships between the sequence of prices and the target value. So that is actually train this and let it learn. Just like our human, they don't only look at the daily lines, they also want to zoom in to look at the hourly data. So we can train the model both on daily data and hourly data. And then we could do it better. So that the model will become more smart, powerful. The accuracy will be increased.
Is that called machine learning?
Yes, deep learning. So that is a model training process. After the model learned enough, we can use this trained model. We can let it predict. So here's the result. We use it to predict the Bitcoin. If tomorrow is predicted go up, we'll predict in green, go down, it's in red. You can see you can capture the major trend of the Bitcoin. We do have some wrong tests here, but here's the thing: we don't expect it to like 100% right. It's just about probability. So as long as we can capture the main trend and the profit to cover the loss, then it's valuable. So besides Bitcoin, it can also be used on altcoins. This is a prediction on other coins. Actually, sometimes it does better job on altcoins. So using this,
So basically, the more green, the better on the chart. The more green, more precise.
Green is up.
green just means the
Going
price
up.
will go up. So the
Green
green
is
part,
How do I read? Can you go back to the announcement? How do I read this?
okay,
Like the precision to the actual. How
okay.
do I read this?
So this is the actual Bitcoin price, right?
Right.
And this area is the prediction.
Okay.
So if it do go up and the prediction is green, that means our model works. If it predicts right and the price actually up, that means it wrong. So most of the time it's right. And the main trend is
So that that line is actual price, right?
yeah, the blue line is actually right.
And the background, the blue back and the red strips, those are predictions.
Yeah, these
Okay.
are clear.
We also predict how much is the
Yeah, it can, the target value can into the exact value, but normally we don't do that. So there is some noise there, so we just do the direction, whether it's normal. Okay, so now from this method, based on this, we can know the direction to the order, the long or short. And now we need to figure out the next person, when to place the order, right? When to trade the order. Yeah. So let's go back to this picture. There are 2 points here, 2 times, moment A and a moment B. Both of them stand in green. It means now it's a long time. Which one you prefer to create your position? B. Is there anybody choose A? Okay. Yeah, obviously, obviously, B is a better position. Because as soon as you buy it, the price go up, and then you will have profit. You feel happy, confident. But if you buy at A, you will get a loss here. And then probably you will get anxious that you will doubt whether this model actually works. So that happens. And you don't feel very good. So although both A and B at the same price level, but I will say type A carries more burden. That is something, I say, psychological cost that you feel uncomfortable. So the point is how we can find the moment like B, and then we create our position separately. And here is how we can do that. Several steps. First, we can zoom into a short interval, let's say 2 hours. So we move from daily chart to 2 hours. And then we can find some peaks in the valleys. That is a local maximum and local minimum. We mark down this point. So this is the point we already know. We want to know where the next value is. So we can do a simple regression. After we do a simple regression, we can probably the peak will go where and the value is up here. There is a possible position. And then at every 2 hours, we just repeat this thing. And then we can form a band, actual band. So this band means if nothing happens, if the current momentum continues, the price highly likely will stay in this band, in this blue band. So we see sometimes the price will go up the upper band. This actually means momentum change. It accelerates. It means the market starts speed up, pick up speed. That is the exact moment we want to enter this market. So that's here, with upper channel here. Because is we can choose the point with the upper channel. If it's creating some downtrend, that is whether it's fall below the lower band. So this is the way how we can pick up. We can choose a time to enter this demand, actually create a position face up. So basically the strategy of 2 stages. First, we use the deep learning model GRU to decide the direction, whether to short or long. And then we use this regression process to determine when to actually take the call. And then we just basically this tradable, and then it can automatically do everything. Here's the performance compared to holding Bitcoin. I didn't put any leverage here, so there's no leverage. Sometimes we have some off moments here, but overall, I think it's pretty good.
What's the time span?
Over last year.
1 year.
1 year. From last March up until now. That's it. That's all from me.
Great.
You had, I remember you had some examples before, like your trading record. Can you show some of those?
You can have a better.
Yeah. So that'd be great. So you see some real-time trading results. Don't just show us all the winners. Show us some losers as well. But you're right. I mean, as long as statistically you have more winners than losers.
Yeah,
That's it.
it's all about
It's
probability.
probability and
Yeah.
it's,
And the thing is that you profit more, then you lose less.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, Z is engineer. Z, I think, will help quite a bit in developing the model.
Yeah.
So he's the physicist, or the mathematician.
Other than this, all you this,
Or later we can work later.
Oh, okay. So Lisa, have you created this platform?
Yeah,
It's proprietary your platform.
it's not a platform, it's a trade form.
Yeah.
Trade form. Trading form.
Or it's a trading bot.
You can,
But the whole thing is automated, right? You don't have to choose yourself. It's computer chooses the entry point for you.
you just say, what?
Just run. That's it, right? So you just program it, and you design it, and that's it. So you program it, or do you program?
the team.
Yeah.
No, I didn't do anything. She,
Are you designing it? I thought you were.
He set up the environment for the GPU.
Oh, okay.
And then,
They've been doing this for a while. I know them in about
5 years ago.
5-6 years ago. Who are already doing this? And we're developing the whole.
Oh, they did
I
the
will-
process of treating the model.
Oh,
Now you're gonna
she knows
read
what
it.
it is.
Okay.
Control B.
Okay. This is a treating book actually working. So from time to time it will send out the results. We don't have any signal for now. And you can see here. There's the signal 1 is long. Signal minus 1 is short. So now we don't have. As soon as
But
it generates
let's say
something,
on every day, how many times, how many trips does the machine do? How many buys and sells?
it depends if the market is pretty hot.
Yeah.
It will be like 5 to 10 probably, I would say. If the market is not so local,
Okay.
so it will decide automatically.
So machine decides that, right? You don't need the data. Okay. So how do you integrate this into like your traders? You download it,
Oh.
and then you.
Okay. So to prepare the model, the data needs to be downloaded, and then it can learn to use it in real life.
Yeah.
There's several API. I'm using Big Data, so you just have to use the API of the Big Data, and then
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward.
So you can use any platform like Binance or any other platform to trade it, right?
Yeah.
It just gives you the,
Receipt.
pardon me?
You mean the receipt?
So who actually, is the back office structure? So do we give your platform the money that it trades it, or do we trade it?
Oh,
on
I
the
treat for
information?
myself.
Pardon?
I'm treating for myself.
Yeah, I know.
For myself.
Oh,
Treating for myself. But if you want to invest in it, welcome to that.
Yeah, we were talking about setting up something separate for clients. Yeah, friend family, right? And have a profit sharing arrangement with her. Yeah. So she would do kind of we're talking about maybe weekly or bi-weekly sort of settlement, right? So see how she's doing and if there's any profit or split.
So this went pretty fast.
Yeah, we want to back
And it can work like 7 days, 24 hours.
trading all the time. So you're right, but it's back into things like finance or something like that.
Finance, we cannot use it.
But okay. But what can we use? Like big factor.
They said,
Okay.
outside days, nothing now.
Or the Coinbase.
Holiday, yes.
Maybe we can track it.
Oh, yes.
Well, simple.
President.
nobody can do what you do.
I downloaded that. I don't know why I took a look at it. Nothing more than yeah. But I remember you showed me this spot trading, like kind of doing one day, right? They trade on their own. They buy, sell, buy, sell. 8 trades. Not signal, but there's like one.
I think he wants to see the actual trades.
Yeah, actual trade.
Trade records.
Like one of your examples of how the bot trade in money, right? Because I remember it started with like $100 or whatever.
We'll show you later.
It trades a few times on the own, and become at the end of the day become 120, for example, right?
I can show you later.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. Now I want to see like how long it holds for each trade.
Oh,
Sometimes it holds for 5 minutes.
I-
Sometimes it holds for like 2 hours.
yes, but for this model, it's really depends. Sometimes it's just for relatively long time. So everything.
Also, overnight.
Yeah. Because it will decide when to close the position.
Okay.
It's all automatically. Previously, that will still be some human, but I need to watch that and then close the position now. Everything is automatically, and if it reaches some price, it also sets the stop loss position or profit tick situation. Everything is automatic.
What this also means, if you have the basic knowledge, you can create your own board.
Yeah, I just share the method. You can do this method.
Probably, I mean, apparently there are many people doing this.
But you can develop a board suitable for your, let's say, tolerance for risk. If you are very you can accept a high risk, and then you can
Just a quick question. This board is for predicting or for trading?
you need to create first.
But it does also say that trade it for you.
Exactly. Or yeah, you can put that.
Okay, so we're gonna have Q&A at the end, and so we're gonna move on with Robert. Right, Robert is a seasoned trader.
Yeah.
And so Robert is to give us tips or strategies or comments or whatever you want to talk about in terms of trading in general and your some of your success. And Robert is, my understanding is also a big influencer. He's got a lot of followers himself. But again, his trading strategy, it's so different from Lisa's. They're different from yours. You're probably represent the overall. And we heard that later. And okay, Robert. Okay.
This is a great presentation. Very interesting to always meet more traders and stuff like that. It's always, I've actually been invited to some groups. A long time ago, we used to meet near Denman at Indian Bay. All the top traders would fly in, and I got invited from one guy because it's only by invitation. And everyone, if you imagine a room full of 20 traders, all different styles of trading, but each person thinks they have the best strategy.
Yeah.
So we had basically like an open discussion, like argument, who's the best trader, and everyone's sharing their ideas. So we decided to keep it like in the room, the secrets, but sharing some. I got to see quite a few stuff. If you're asking, like, yes, anyone can program this, but having the skills of doing programming, I don't know how to program. But I know how to trade. It's very, very difficult to be very good programmer and very good trader. Like even a good physicist. I remember in physics 12, I was lost. I was like, if I stayed in the class, I would fail. Great physics 12. I was like completely done. So a couple months into the class, I gave up because I found out there's another class at the same time called economics 12. I'm like, how come nobody told me economics? I actually care, right? Not what Steve and Sound is doing, but what is the money doing? That's what I care. So I went straight away to the person in charge to switch me to the class for economics 12. Said, oh no, Robert, we cannot switch you because 2 reasons. there's not enough room in the class, and number two, it's already been 2 months. You missed out too much content. You're not going to catch up. I said, I don't care. Put me in the class. I actually said, shut up and put me in the class. So he did, and I caught up the whole class in 2 days, from 2 months behind for economics. And by the time the class was finished, I kept putting my hand up so many times saying that there's a mistake in the textbook, that the teacher just closed the textbook and he told me to go and teach the class for the economics class. Because they have the wrong definitions and stuff like that. So this stuff, I have no clue how to program. A lot of people can program, but 99% of them will not be traders that know what they're doing, programming their algorithm.
Of course, apparently you have to be a trader, then you can be using other tools to integrate with your skill
Yeah.
actually.
If I had to choose, I would rather have the trading experience versus the coding experience, because you can always pay a coder, but you can't easily pay a trader to share their secrets, right? Like here, this is an example here, A and B. We were talking about which one's better.
Sorry, where is your slide?
My slide?
Right.
Either who's right.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
just a critic then. Just a critic on our slides.
No, he's commented. That's okay.
Okay.
As long as he's
no, I'm just using this to
Right.
insert it. Because I'm going to pull up charts and some stuff, but I'm going to use the internet. But basically, like a trader doesn't care about being in the negative or positive, because we learn to be not emotional like a robot, right? So the you guys' algorithm doesn't care if it's making money or making money, and that's why it's better than a human. Because fear and greed makes too many mistakes. Like I've asked so many people this question. This is what most people do. They'll buy something because they don't even know what shorting is. First of all, 95% of people don't even know what shorting. So they'll buy something to go up, and what happens? It goes down. What do most people do? They sell at a loss. And then what does the price do?
Fast.
It goes back up without them. Right? And so, or sometimes they'll be losing a position and they'll say, oh, I'll just hold on a little bit longer. I'll wait for it to come back up and then I'll get out. What does it do? It goes even lower. So by the time they've repeated that process 3 or 4 times, they go lower, lower, lower. Then they call me usually. That's when I get involved. They say, what should I do now? I say, well, now it's too late. You should have talked to me before you started. But that is the best time to buy. And that's when the signals and the indicators will be the most positive. So for this robot, there's no difference A and B, because it knows that at the end of the day, the price level is all it cares about. Okay, and so it eliminates the fear and the greed for making emotional decisions. But the reason B is better is because time value of money. You're not wasting whatever amount of time that is. You could have been making money somewhere else, waiting. So what I like B for the most is that the moment I buy it, I'm profiting. Money is supposed to be moving, not standing still. This is the big mistake people do with their houses. They keep the money in their house and they don't pull it out ever, and they're just sitting there.
Well, that's also a fair, right? Because if you buy an A, you may end up selling before you reach B.
Yeah, but I'm saying, let's say you don't. Let's say you bought it at A and just kept it. So you would have caught the whole move either way. Both scenarios you profit the
You have to
same.
suffer.
But what you suffer only waiting time,
That's psychological too.
right? So what if I
You
said,
rely on paper.
what if I said that between A and B is 10 years? You wasted 10 years when you could have bought at B and wasted 0 days and making money now. So for those last 10 years, you could have been doing something. You could have bought a house, sold a house, you could have flipped a couple other businesses, you could have done other trades. So that's why I care more about them. But anyway, I'm gonna pull up. So we have why trading is important is, let's go. So we have why most people are hodling versus trading. So I actually pulled this up today to just check how it's going. This is got the right year. All right, so move a little bit over. Anyway, what we have here basically is the red at the bottom. This is a shorter time frame, like 24-hour trades. How many people are doing 24-hour trades? 1 day trades, 1 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, it's up here. 24 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. So actually, a lot of people are hodlers. So they're long-term traders because Bitcoin is, let's say it started 2008, so 2016 would be 8 years. You can see that's when we started having more and more people with more than 10-year long positions. So actually, there's been some spikes. When I did my show, we had a spike in the number of traders, and then I stopped doing it. So at a time period, there was growth in the short-term traders. And then left. Usually when there's a price spike. But before you nod your head that you're on the team that's bigger, that there's more hodlers, because you can see that it's growing. It's becoming more and more longer term. There's also bigger, the orange one, which is 1 to 3 month positions, seems to be pretty big right now. Actually, that's 2021. I can find you a more modern one. But basically, so what does this mean? Which one is better, do you think, hodling or trading? Obviously, there's more people hodling, but does that mean that here's another one? You can see that there's spikes in times when people do shorter time frames. Where the 2017 spike in the price, the 2020 spike, when more people are interested in trading, but then it's going back down basically now. The more modern one, 2023, 2024, it's starting to accelerate again. The the shorter time frame traders. So that's the thing. Before you do anything to do with trading, you should decide what type of trader are you. Are you a scalper, ultra short-term trader? Let's pull that up here. Just to give you some idea, right? Scalping is like holding on for maybe minutes to hours. Day trading, you got usually within the same day you're getting rid of it, maybe the next day. So hours to days. Then you've got swing trading, you're holding it maybe 2 to 5 days, sometimes a couple of weeks. And then you've got position trading, which is basically if you take a position, usually my position is not going to change, whatever you're going to. So that's why I think of position trading is I believe this thing's going to go. I don't care what's happening. I'm just going to, and that's the keyword. They don't care about what's happening when they should, but they just take the position. I'm going to stick with it through thick and thin, which means that they're not adapting to new information that comes out 3 weeks from now. And then there's an even bigger one. They just call investing, which is like open, basically. So which one do you want to be? Sometimes it takes more work, like more time. The first one that seems to be the most, you have to be very active. I've done 400 trades in 5 hours. I'm like a machine. But I ended up making only like $200. So I could have gone to a minimum wage job and made more money. But it was stressful because, you know, I'm doing like, I have a good broker. I pay $2 per trade, so I don't care about commissions. But I paid 400 trades, $800 in commission, $1,000 in commission, with $2.60 per trade. So I paid 1,000 in commissions, but I made 1,200. So mine was $200, and that's why brokers, they like to do high volume in trading. So, you know, my point is, you don't have to trade 400 times in one day. You can scalp 15 minutes to 1 hour still in a day. I've even done 5, 10, 15 minutes for any one of these. You can be scalper, day trader, swing trader, or position trader. Either one, you can spend 10, 15 minutes per day, even 5 minutes a day, sometimes 0 minutes a day, and still be okay. But you're supposed to, if you're a scalper, constantly be watching. The better if you're watching it more hours. So the robot that does it 24 hours is kicks my ass because I have to sleep, but the robot doesn't. So I can't wait to, you know, partner up with someone that can help me code my strategy, my indicators into the algorithm. So anyway, so keep that in mind that just because more people are hodlers does not mean that they're correct. 90% of people lose money in the market. So if even if 90% of people are hodlers, who do you think is making the most money on this chart? If you're looking at the colors in the background, you're not looking at the price of Bitcoin here. You're just looking at the colors. Which one is the biggest one? The top is the long-term holders, and then the bottom are the short-term holders, traders. So I believe that, you know, instead of going through all of the ups and all of the downs, even though we've ended up near a record high right now, I guess the best way I could say this is the people that made the most money on Bitcoin did so while the price was falling. How's that possible? If we're near 60,000, 65,000 now, even since last week, it was what, 72,000, now we're at 65,000. That's 7,000 lower for one Bitcoin since 7 days ago. Someone that sold 7 days ago made profits in $7,000 just on the way down. And that's only on one Bitcoin. What if you leverage? They could have doubled their money or tripled their money even, just on the way down. So you can combine leverage with trading. You can make more money than someone that just holds on to something for like a Rolls Royce for 50 years, hoping the value goes up. Okay, so keep that in mind. These fluctuations, each time you see a move, you're making money. Now, volatility will go up and down and increase at times, but that's when risk management comes in. You need to learn stop losses and learn how to also make $4 for every $1 you can use. Right? So I think that if someone is as a hodler, that means they haven't touched their trade, because this is on the blockchain analysis. You can see how many purchases were not touched in those addresses. Basically, you can see more and more people holding longer term for now, but that means I can predict how much money they make. Probably 60,000, right? Because it's gone up that much, and they haven't been touching it. Now these guys, I don't know if they blew their account and they lost all their money, but I know that they probably did a lot of transactions, and probably it's the case that 90% of them lost all their money, which is why there's not constantly growing number of them, because they just dive into trading without having the experience of trading. Or they thought they could just program a bot. And like you were saying, that why can't just anyone program it? They can, but not like these guys who have actually trading experience. Right? So those are the guys that keep showing up here. That's your bot right there, the red one. It's still alive. Some people started here and they stopped here because they're done. They run out of money. But the bot did it. Right? So it replaced with new people. But my point is, long story short, that these ones is the only possible way to have made $1 million if you started with 10,000. Here, it's impossible. Because even a 5-year position, how's Bitcoin done in the last 5 years? Maybe you double or triple. So 10,000 would be 20 or 30,000.
And then put leverage.
Right? Yeah, so to buy leverage, then yeah, you're good. But they didn't have 10 years ago leverage trading. I would have been all over that. At least not ones that are still around with the KYC and everything that's changing. I'm on top of the regulators all the time. So, I mean, long story short, we need to understand that this trading is going to become more and more popular as usually someone starts off at the top. They'll be a hodler first, but then as they meet people who are doing it in a shorter time frame, they're going to start transitioning to, okay, I'll hold on for 1 year, and then I understand maybe it's time to get out last week and come back in when it's 55,000, not 75. And so they're going to do 1 year positions. Then once they've been comfortable doing that, they're like, why did I ride the cycles 3 times? Remember point A and B? When I could have just started at point B. Or started at point A and, you know, bought both directions and cashed out both correctly. Make money when it goes up and make money when it goes down. So keep in mind that time frames are very important, and your money is supposed to always be moving. If it's parked, it's stale. It's like I mentioned, keeping your money in your house, and you could have pulled it out of your house and bought 5 more houses. So with the time frames, this is important to charge you. USD. Yeah, so we're just going to finish with the time frame. So if we've got here, say Bitcoin, right? Let's say I'm a trader now, and we saw those 4 or 5 different types of traders: short-term, ultra short-term, scalper, like if you're scalping Canucks tickets. I've actually bought a Canucks ticket, sold it 5 seconds later, made $30. Bought another ticket, sold it for $30, and then I went to go watch the game for free. So scalping is same thing, scalping on the market short term. Which one do you think is more important? The short term, medium term, or long term? Okay. So for example, I guess I should mention also we could do large, medium, and small products. You can have, just like you can buy a condo, a townhouse, or a mansion, you can do a large cap stock, mid cap stock, or penny stock. You can do a currency pair that's like Euro USD, or you can do like Mexican peso, the one that's a smaller currency. In crypto, one of the big ones, we saw we got the Discord group has Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then there's one for altcoins. Right? So with the smaller stuff, you have to be more careful than the big stuff. When you're dealing with the bigger cap stuff, the indicators work better. So how do we use the indicators? It doesn't matter which indicators are on the screen right now. I want to talk about the time frames. So compared to those style of trader, you want to decide you want to be based on how much time you have. If you're going to be a short-term scalper, you're going to be looking at the 1 minute, let's just say 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, and daily candle. I'll just put on the candles for daily. And let's pick this you can see. Okay, so each candle represents 1 day on the screen. You can see last 3 days we had a big sell-off, which we were saying last week was coming because this was not justified too much for in a too short a period of time. We talked about that last week. So the point is, if I'm a scalper, I'm looking at so here's the 1 minute chart. You can see the price will be moving any second. 5 minute candles, so each candle is worth 5 minutes. So when I go from the 1 minute chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these are combining into one candle on the next screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes would be one candle on the next one when I get to 1 minute, 5 minutes. Okay. Now we're zooming out, we're looking back to the past. This is what scalpers will use. Some people like 3 minutes, 13 minutes, 30 minutes. But for general purposes, for beginner, I would just teach, learn the 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. You can do 1 hour. You can do you see it's actually come quite down there. 4 hours. And you're getting a big picture, and then daily. Okay, so that's what the scalper looks at. The most common one, who can guess what the most common time frame is for what? For the candle. Any guesses? What's the most popular one? 1 hour? What else?
5 minutes.
Those good guesses. The hint is it's on the screen. So this is the 1 day chart. It's kind of like easier for people to grasp the concept of 1 24-hour period. What's happened yesterday, today, tomorrow. And so 1 day is the most common. And why is that? Because this is the one that basically overlaps all of those style of traders. You want to be a scalper? So what I want to do is I want to start from the big picture, and I start with the daily picture. I say, okay, Bitcoin's gone up, and I'll take a bias. Do I want to be bullish or bearish based on the long term? Think of it as the grandparent. You know, if the 5-year-old kid says, I want ice cream, what's the parent going to say? No, 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 you cannot have the sugar. The boss is the parent. But then the grandparent is even more the boss. Will say to the parent, shut up, let the kid have the ice cream. So the bigger the time frame, the more powerful the indicators are for the boss. And this is going to help you as a scalper. You start with the daily, and you work your way down to the 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes, until you end up with the 5 minute, until you end up with the 1 minute, you pull the trigger. Why don't you start at the 1 minute chart when you're researching scalping? You say, oh, I think it's going to go up. And then you go check the 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, 1 day. By the time you go check all those, what happened to this chart? It changed. So I go backwards. Start with the back and work down. And if you're the longer term trader, you're going to do monthly. And then we'll wrap up after this. So monthly chart, what does it look like it's going to do next? So now I don't have to look at the 1 minute at all. I don't have to look at the 5 minute at all. If I'm a position trader or swing trader, I'm going to buy right now or sell right now. If someone has a gun to my head saying you have to pick a direction and you're going to have to keep that trade for 1 month, I don't care what the 1 minute chart is doing. But I do care what this 1 month chart is doing and what does it look like. It's actually still pretty high, even though it's come off the high. It's near all-time record. So my bias as a long-term position holder right now, as a trader who has a track record that is not beaten by anybody on the planet for cryptocurrency over the last 6-7 years, and I'm still waiting to see someone that beat it. I'm challenging them to come out, and I'm looking for them. That this is going to come down. Another $10,000. So now I have a bias to the downside for the next month for Bitcoin. And you're going to have to learn to be able to go against the herd, which is you're going to get a lot of like people hating on you all the time. That's a good sign. The contrarians are the ones that make the most money. So here, I have a long-term bias to the downside on the monthly chart. Then I go to the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour, and 1 hour. And what I will choose to pull my trigger will be the 15-minute chart. Okay? Even for the long-term position, for the long-term traders, the 15-minute chart is like the 1 minute chart for myself. So that's just an idea. You do have to spend more time watching the computer unless you have a bot or the scalping. But either way, use multiple time frames, and don't forget that the longer term is more important than the short.
Well, we'll have time for more questions. Today we've seen some new faces. Maybe we can have a introduction, like, maybe how fast we are and what we're doing. Maybe we'll start from you.
This is Mike. I'm originally from Iran. I moved to Canada after 10 years living in China, and yes, I do speak Mandarin. That's for
You live in Chengdu?
Oh.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And
You're from Chengdu, right?
No.
Well, yeah. Okay.
I used to live in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and big cities in China. And yeah, I'm new to the town. Here to network and learn more.
Great. What do you do?
My main focus is in hardware. We used to produce and sell 3D printers. And later on, during the pandemic, when the pandemic happened, actually, I was in China back then, and just I got more involved into metaverse and stuff, NFTs. So that's one of the area of my interest. That's why I'm here.
Well, I know Yuan has a lot of good mathematicians.
Yes.
One of my friends, I remember, was a really skilled mathematician. Anyway, so
Unfortunately,
sorry.
I'm not one of
You're
them.
not
So
like
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
I'm looking forward.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. And Z.
Oh, hey guys, Z Zhang, currently with the Ministry of Health on cybersecurity. So I set government policies on health authorities and their cybersecurity postures. That's pretty much what I do for a living. Yeah, first time being here.
Yeah, but what's like, I know you're not because you're looking for government, because you're in crypto.
Right.
About what you were doing before.
Well, my crypto background was doing some Bitcoin mining, and then I switched to helping some crypto projects with debugging, helping them find bugs in their code. Did that, and then which is related to cybersecurity, which in turn looking for public service now.
Yeah. Great. You say yeah, let me speak more about yourself because we didn't hear that directly from you.
Oh.
You just talk about your project, but
Yeah.
what do you do for a living?
I'm a trader,
Okay.
professional trader.
Okay.
Yeah.
You trade every day?
Yeah, I program every day actually. Yeah, I writing code, read papers. Yeah, that's it.
And most trading crypto or doing some other stuff, commodities.
Now primarily on cryptos.
Mostly
Yeah, some stocks as well.
great. You're a professional trader. Good time. And I don't think we see you.
Yeah. Oh, my name's Robin.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also brand new. I've been here for 11 years to Canada. I live in Richmond. I'm friends of Dean. We know each other for many years. I used to be some partner for crypto or blockchain events. And well, I used to be a trader. I run some hedge fund in China. I was, before I retired. And then but after the pandemic, I become more and more a social media content producer, or what do you call it, influencer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that your day job now, or
it's kind of a it is. Yeah, you can say it's the major of my. Oh, I still have some happening in Shanghai. Yeah.
so what is your which platform are you using?
What?
Like, do you use YouTube or
Yeah, many platforms.
Different
Yeah, different, but the major one is WeChat. WeChat channel, as well as the Red and YouTube and the TikTok. More and more in TikTok. Yeah, and another big news for me and also for you guys is that TikTok will open the TikTok shop in Canada. Well, this a couple of months later, because it's used to only in England and Southeast Asia. But from last year, it's set up in the pickup shop. It's okay in the US, but this year it will be in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kathy. My friend is Melanie, and I'm a realtor. I've been licensed for 4 years, and I care to talk. It's over 40 years now. So I do residential real estate mostly, and I've learned a lot about crypto and investing and things from Melanie. So she invited me here to learn more.
Yeah, then, yeah, of course. And if we're done with the introductions, then our last speaker is Willem, and we summarize. Yeah, we learn what you are predicting the future.
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, I'm not going to make any predictions because I have to pick a crystal ball. But what I want to say is, I think we've experienced a lot of short-term traders here, right? And obviously that's really good to have. I'll say that if you don't have a bot, it's really good if you have that skill set. And I can tell you that probably 1 in 1,000 actually have that skill set. That's why the AI bot or other platforms are probably a good idea. But I think what I've learned over my life is, or what I'm learning more and more about Bitcoin is, and I'm going to speak to the HODL standpoint. I think we all think that Bitcoin is going higher and higher and higher. So in my mind, I think it's the smartest strategy to play the Bitcoin is to continue to HODL in a separate world. Continue to HODL, and then think like a bank. The way the banks work is they try to get as much money as they can, or as much of a commodity as they can under management, and then they trade against that commodity. They monetize that commodity. And I think the smart way to play Bitcoin is try to figure out a way to accumulate as much as you can, but also monetize it as it continues, on a daily or weekly basis. That would be in my mind, and the knowledge that I have after being a stockbroker for over 25 years and understanding the financial community and how they make their money. And when I say the financial community, I mean the banks and the people that make most of the money, that hold your money. I think that's a good takeaway from here is to think about continuing to build as big a Bitcoin position as you can, but monetize that position by trading it, obviously daily or monthly or whatever you need to do. Okay. And in closing, I just want to encourage everybody to follow Min's lead. She's got something really, really exciting and spectacular right here in West Vancouver that we can all walk in the door, come and meet her, and learn more on a daily basis. And I really think that West Vancouver is lucky to have Min. Yeah, and I think everybody should continue to use the services that she has to offer. And like I always like to say about Bitcoin, let's keep the drive alive, right? Let's keep the drive alive with Bitcoin and continue to monetize it as much as you can in both directions. Both directions. Up and down, yeah.
What were you saying about those people, Raymond? Epic people? I don't remember that you said last week about the epic people.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, something that little saying I came up with is you can't do epic things with basic people. Okay, so let's everybody consider yourself epic and continue to do amazing things. Okay.
I also say I want to mention we've got a Q&A a little bit later. We get to that section too long. So we actually have another very important anchors, means and Joy. Joy is AI. She's not here today. So just see there's another component to the store, and she normally two-way, right? So yeah, but normally she would be here as well to talk about AI, and her channel is like AI for all, and you can check it out. And she does amazing things. Producing music, books, movies, what have you. Teaching courses and products. So it's early stage for AI, and I think she pioneered that as well. It's lucky, really lucky to have me and her together, and trying to manage as well. Very, nice to be magnet to put everything together. And, so it's great community is growing, and so it's good. You never check it out. And again, it's actually become the regular, so to be learning. And people are coming from different angles, different places, different background, and people like Robert, Raymond, they're all different. And sort of a lot of your name,
Right.
The mentor, yeah,
Eric.
yeah, the scientist, math scientist. And so, anyways, so it's great. And you didn't see anything. Good, everything good. Yeah. So we're meeting the boss here. So that's her store, and and she's opening every day.
Yeah.
Right?
Some days we take appointments.
Yes.
And we stop.
Yeah. He said, no Sunday. No Sunday. It's my day. Okay. So that's all great. So we still have some time, right? Because typically it's 46. We'll have some time for Q&A, and if you have any questions, we'll have there's 3 speakers here today. You can pose any questions, or welcome to stick around and have a chat with each other. Have you? So anyways, yeah, exactly. So do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, I have a kind of simple, stupid question. For Bitcoin, I don't do some trading, just invest in some funds. For the user birthday, they have a fund. So it's quite good for this couple of years. But I don't do the trading. The question is that can we do short on Bitcoin?
Short on Bitcoin? Absolutely. You can short anything.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm doing, for future and some options
you
for
talk about naked short, right?
index.
Without having any
Nature.
naked short.
Yeah. Okay. So for options trading, there is no put options yet.
Mm-hmm.
But for the new ETFs that came out, the 11 ETFs, they don't have yet authorized from the Securities Exchange Commission for options trading on those ETFs. That is coming.
Okay.
I would not get involved until there's good volume.
Yes.
Because you're gonna have big spreads.
Yes.
But what you can absolutely already do is shorting the futures contract.
But that's future. It's not the.
Yeah, the commodity future of Bitcoin. They came out on December 10th and December 18th.
Yeah. So Lisa, for your trading, you only take the long position or you
Both.
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 So
Okay.
okay.
Long some points, short some points.
Yeah. But in general, like the bot, like 50-50 or
No, it's
No?
totally depends on the
Depends on-
market. So,
Okay.
for example,
So
now
there's
it's most
no like a bias for long or short, right?
Depends what's happening.
Depending on what's happening. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good, very good.
So excuse me. What's your name, Jen?
Robert.
Robert. Okay. I'm Robert. Nice to meet you. You said you have a record of the trading record, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So what is your sharp ratio?
My which ratio?
Sharp.
ratio.
No, the
Sharp.
Sharpie or sharp. SHARPE.
What's that?
Sharp.
Sharp, what's that?
It's a return divided by the volatility.
Oh,
Yeah, something like that.
okay, performance measured by.
Yeah, just kind of
Good question. So this
you know why? Because I also joined some trading competition in China. Some of my friends is the organizer, so we know how to judge whether this fund or this trader is good or not.
so Like the bot we had earlier, I like very much what they said when they don't know when they're going to exit, because I like to hit the home run.
Okay.
So I've done every time period of trading. I've traded stocks, options, commodities, futures, options, forex, crypto, everything. So I also won first place in the world in the stock trading competition when I was 21 years old. So I'm turning 40 this year, and I've continued to learn. So what I like is to kind of, my favorite now is swing trading, because I can do other stuff, right? But I would love to program a bot. But basically, any position I do on any time frame is the same. I'll usually have a lot of indicators that give me a pretty good accuracy for entry, like 85%. So I can immediately move my stop loss to break even. And then the hard question is, when do you get out of the trade, not when do you get in? And so what I like to do is turn a scalp trade into a day trade, into a swing trade, into a long-term position hodl. So just because I hate on hodlers is because too many people hodling. It doesn't mean that you cannot absolutely dollar cost average into a hodl position. There's a strategy. But what I would do is just keep my trailing stop loss. Usually, first is to break even, and then I'll keep increasing it, but I'll keep increasing the distance from the current price each time. So it has a bigger and bigger probability of getting out. So it's hard to judge the Sharpe ratio when I'm doing something like that, where I hope that I can from time to time hit a home run, like Grand Slam home run. That I'll go with pretty much most of the move up, right?
So what platform you are trading on? Like
So
I'm using IB.
Yeah, interactive
broker.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I've been using them since before, when they didn't even let people put my minimum was.
Is that what you said? $2 per trade?
It's $2.60 a trade, to the point where I don't even care about the commission. It's 170 different markets around the world. They put their money into 20 different banks for their clients' money. So if one bank goes bankrupt, people still have 95% of the money. They're registered, they're insured, they're on the stock market. So I like them for trading pretty much everything. And you can get exposure to crypto, but it's not the actual flexibility with the leverage on crypto trading. I have other stuff for that, but Interactive Brokers is my favorite.
Because it has a monthly or annual reports.
Yeah.
It can automatically give you all the index.
You know, the high-rise downtown, when it's like 50-story bank building, 40 of those floors are traders using Interactive Brokers.
Okay.
So literally the same stuff. Any city, you look at the 5 tallest buildings downtown, it's all different banks. Vancouver too. You got Scotia Bank on Georgia and Granville, TD Bank. Always the tallest buildings are the banks. That's the traders using usually Interactive Brokers.
I have a question to beautiful as well. You know, this TV, web broker, ID, these are called web trading, right? They're kind of they're new, but they're not the most active. Most active is kind of like app trading. So those are the I don't know what's the example. They're on the app, right? Where the app is like really quick and it's simple. Very simple.
Or Robin.
Like, in Hong Kong, there's one called the food tool.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Right? It's not web trading, but it's the next generation of web trading. It's all app. Right? So it's so fast.
I would agree that the apps will replace banks. There'll be no more banks. It'll just be logged into your ING used to have banks on your phone. And then
X is going to replace banks.
Yeah, X will. Yeah, X will. So it'll be like WeChat.
So even the trading itself is
Okay, so here's the thing, right? You got different levels for different advanced traders. And so basically the people that use Robinhood are the lowest level. Retail, like the teenager that just wants to buy some stock or a fraction of a stock, or put $30 bucks, and they market a lot, and then people talk about it, so it becomes popular. But the problem is, what happened with GameStop? Robinhood said, "Oh, no more people allowed to short Robinhood stock." They can change the rules on you very quickly. It's very Mickey Mouse, I would call, using an app like Robinhood. If you're doing that, you should talk to someone that's doing it longer. And if someone tells you they're using interactive brokers, 95 to 99% chance they're experienced trader, just from that fact alone as a hint. Robinhood, opposite. And then there's in between. So interactive brokers is not just like PD Waterhouse or RBC Direct Investing where it's web trading. Or I started trading when I could do it on the phone. We had fractions in the newspaper, not decimals. That's how long I've been trading. And so basically, interactive brokers does actually have a software. It's Trader Workstation. You download the software onto your hard drive, and that's how I access my trades, not through the website, which I can do if I want, but it's slower connection speed of the internet. So the software, if I get a power outage, blackout, my trades have already been sent to the market floor. As soon as my power turns back on, it says you executed the trades because they're already sent it to the stock market. The software is basically connecting straight to the floor of the exchange. But then there's something even better than that. Interactive brokers isn't the best. There's something called, that you don't need to know about this, it's direct access service, DAS. It's basically, you need to pay like tens of thousands of dollars per month just to use it.
That's for like brokers.
Hedge funds, right? So direct access is like, because long story short, interactive brokers takes your orders and bundles them into groups of 100 and sells them to market makers to execute. So it's pretty lightning speed, like less than half a second, it's done. But if you want 0 seconds, you want to be straight connected to like directly to the floor of the market, you need to pay like 20, 30,000 a month just to have that on your computer. And it looks very clunky, hard to use, like it looks like DOS, right? So it's like the robot won't have a problem with it, but it's not good for humans. You don't really need that extra half a millisecond, right? But yeah, it's true. People do. You know where the stock market is? It's not even in New York. It's in New Jersey. All the servers are in New Jersey in case there's a terrorist attack on New York. The stock market will still be working where the computers are in New Jersey. So all of the offices now are moving from New York to New Jersey to be across the street from the building of the servers. So you have a half a millisecond head start for market data advantage when they're dealing with $1 billion. But if you're dealing with 10 grand, 100 grand, you don't have to worry about that. More important is knowing the direction and how far it'll go in that direction, and having a good risk management when you stop losses. But yeah, be careful with the banks, or banks can take your money. They had bailouts in 2008. They can have bail-ins in 2024, where they say you had 100,000, now you have 90,000. Sorry, you have to take 10,000.
Yeah, this is what I learned. Correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a lot of money in one bank, well, I guess this is not a bank, it's a brokerage, right? If you cash, then you may lose it. But if you stop, the brokerage firm is broke, bankrupt, but you can't touch the stock. You stop the register your name, right? Yeah. So it's always safer. Now leave a lot of cash. That's really stop.
So they can stop you from touching.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, with stock, you can, that's right. It's individual certificates, right? And you can actually get those certificates called for delivery if you really want.
Yeah.
You can get a physical copy. They stopped doing that now, but the problem is there's still the gatekeeper. Like you can keep money in the bank in the safety deposit box. But what if they close the front door, put a chain, and a cop and said, sorry, no one is allowed in, use the ATM, maximum $50 per day. Last time I was at the bank, I was arguing with them. They said, what are you using the money for? I said, none of your business.
Yeah, in Canada, all the brokerage firms are also insured by CBIC.
Up to
There's a limit.
Yeah, it's 200 grand.
200,000
Cash. 200 grand cash. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. is to, when you buy your stock, like guys that own a lot of stock, like sitting in a million shares or say a penny stock or something, a lot of times they would actually call that stock for delivery. You know, they'll bring it home, they'll put it in their safety deposit box or somewhere safe, right? And then they don't actually, it sits in their safety deposit box, and then when they take it back to the firm, they sign off the certificates, and then it becomes at that point fungible, right? You can trade it. Oh yeah, there's a lot like guys like, I bet you guys like Warren Buffett, he's probably got all of his certs sitting in the drawer somewhere for Berkshire Hathaway.
They stopped doing it.
Hodling.
They stopped doing it now. Yeah, they said for environmental reasons they stopped doing it. I think it's not as popular anymore. They just banned it. And like I know my dad, he has some shares from a company from Australia where I was doing Compass Pacific. The company doesn't even exist anymore.
Get a share.
He still has the paper share. He can't cash it because the company doesn't exist. But yeah, you got to be careful because they can change the rules. So like there's a thing called margin requirement. If you're opening a trading account with leverage, you put 10,000, you can trade with 40,000, let's say. And the problem with that is they can change the margin requirement. For example, well, all of a sudden you put 10,000, now you have to have 10,000 in your account, not 40. You don't get to pay with 40. So that'll affect the supply and demand. Right?
Yeah. On that note, if you get involved with a penny stock, or say penny stock, one of the best ways to avoid shorting that stock is to get all the shareholders, right, to take their stock for delivery, right? And then when your stock is trading in the market, because remember, a brokerage firm or a shorter is shorting against the paper or the stock that's on hand of the firm, right? Well, if you take all your stock for delivery, then nobody can short your stock because there's no way to access the stock, you know, that needs to be given, to cover the short.
They're not
Right.
going to ETF on that.
So that's something we should keep in mind.
That's exactly. But on the other hand, let's say if I don't have that stock, right? But I know the firm has that stock, so I can borrow it short, right?
Right.
For the stock.
Mhm.
You could charge for the borrow stock.
Oh yeah, well, if you're shorting it, yeah, you have to put up 100% more in cash for that account. So yeah, they're going to charge you interest. They charge you interest, right? But then if you have to cover the short, you got to come up with the paper, right? Where do you come up with the paper if everybody's got their stock in their drawer?
And they don't have it. Yeah. Okay, so
it's only going to go higher.
Yeah, so Lisa, I don't know if you prepared any examples of your trading results. That'd be great. You can show us snapshot. What your category or what state or whatever. Do you have that or?
I don't have it in my hand now.
Oh, you don't have any.
Yeah, because I don't bring my. I can show you later.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine. I really love to see how this is shown before. So it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Do you want to know something scary? If Raymond bets on the Canucks to win or lose the game and he makes $10, and he's betting with 10, so one guy lose, one guy win $10. There's things called derivatives. Then I come along and I bet Lisa 100 million that Ken will lose his $10. So either Raymond or Ken will make $10 and lose $10, and either I or Lisa will make or lose 100 million based on the outcome of their bet. What do you think is the percentage of the market that is derivatives? 900 trillion dollars. So if you think about it, Deutsche Bank goes under. They have crazy amount of derivatives exposure. It's 70 trillion or 90 trillion now. You know what's the GDP of Germany? 4 trillion. So Deutsche Bank, which is a German bank, Germany cannot even bail out Deutsche Bank for 70 trillion of derivatives exposure if they go under. So ratings agencies, if they downgrade Deutsche Bank, if they pull up the stock of Deutsche Bank, it's going to go straight down the toilet. It's funny that they're the ones also giving advice what to be buying and selling to their investment bank when they're insolvent. So when you have so many derivatives out there, it doesn't matter if you have your shares at home. People betting on top of the bet.
No, I'm talking about an individual stock.
Yeah.
Right? If you take a, if you want to, and this is something that the TSX and the CSE are, Eric Sprott is advocating right now, because right now the commodities markets are not finding a way to move. Right? I mean, we got the highest price gold we've seen in a long, long time, silver, a lot of the other commodities, but we're not seeing those results in the junior markets, right? We're not even seeing it in the mid cap commodities. But so what Eric Sprott suggests, who's a very big influencer, an associate of mine, is to like eliminate shorting stock, no more shorting, right? And that probably would help, but also what would help is creating buyback strategies, right, for the big caps, because that's what the oil and gas industry did. That's why the oil and gas stocks have performed so well of late, is because of these buyback strategies.
S&P 500 the last quarter has a lot of buyback.
Yeah, so that's what he's advocating, and he probably owns more stock than anybody in the junior markets. Is buyback strategies for the mid to junior markets, and also like eliminating shorting, no more shorting in the market. And I think it's a great idea, because I mean, there's no reason why the exploration market is not moving right now, based on the price of the commodity, gold, silver, and copper. But no, for individual stocks, that's the way to do it, right? Is to because you've got an amazing story and you've got lots and lots of buyers, and it goes, the stock goes up, I don't know, $3. That right away, that attracts the shorters. The shorters say, this is, what do they got? What do they really have? Well, if you take all the stock out of the firms, they got nothing to use to short your stock. So at that point, it becomes very much a level playing field as you continue to build the value of the company, right? We gotta keep that in mind, right?
I can tell you why they haven't moved, because the gold price has gone up, but the resource companies like, what the heck, how come our stock price not going up too? The price of gold went up. We're mining gold, literally out of the ground. Do you remember last week I mentioned what is a PE ratio? So that's when you're buying something with a 70 PE ratio. It means it takes 70 years of that company's income to make $1 to into $2, basically. So let me put up here. Yeah. So that's the Schiller. So there's the chart we're at right now. Look at the Great Depression, 1929 or higher. So what does that mean? Prices could crash tomorrow for no reason, even if there's no news, just because it's gone up. It takes about an average 34 years for a company to make income to justify the current price of the stock. So the stock price divided by the annual income of the company is usually 34 right now, which is a little bit pricey. It looks cheaper than the tech bubble, which was a crazy one, but I would not compare to the tech bubble mania. That's where I actually lost money, real money for the first time. And then I learned how to predict recessions after that. But this would be like saying, oh, it's not as bad as that, but that's like saying it's not as bad as this. Like, it's an extreme example. I would not compare to the tech bubble crash. Compared to the Great Depression, it's worse risk now, meaning it's a multiple. So like, Tesla stock is, or and Nvidia stock, if it's a 70 or 80 or a 200 PE ratio, it basically means it takes 200 years for your $1 to turn into $2. And that's based on last year. If you have a good idea that next year the company will do more new stuff, it'll come out with bigger profits, then it can justify it. But for me, 200 is too high. And so in other words, if gold had a PE ratio of 200, and the mine is taking the same amount of gold out of the ground this year as next year, but then gold price falls, or actually let's say the gold price stays the same. So today it's 2100, and next year is 2100 gold price. But the stocks PE ratio, that the gold mine, the resource mining company in Canada, has a PE ratio of 25. Their PE ratio could go to 50. The stock price falls in half, and the gold price hasn't moved.
Well, yeah, that's we're talking about why this decoupling is happening, right? So typically, when the gold price moves, the stock moves along with it, right? I'm talking about the resource stock, but this time the stock sort of stays flat while the commodity price goes up. So this decoupling isn't happening. So there's traditionally either the market doesn't believe in this high price, or you don't believe these gold companies will make or make the same amount of money. What will catch up with the PE or the earning would go along with the high price.
I would say they're getting smarter.
Right. So the two, one of the one combination of gold. Basically, what happened was the costs were so high, they paid people so much money. A CEO, a mining company CEO, take $20 million home,
Buying a yacht.
right? I mean, that's crazy.
Might take a loan and go back.
But I believe in the contagion.
Yeah.
The buying contagion phenomenon, which is happening in Bitcoin now. It was in cannabis 6 years ago. And oil and gas has probably had a little bit of a contagion. But the point is, what's going to create the mid-cap exploration contagion? That's the point, right? So we all know there's a decoupling, right? But there has to be something that triggers this new contagion. And I believe what'll trigger it is what I believe is obviously people got to start making money in the gold sector, right? Gold, silver, copper, commodities, stocks sector. And what'll happen, my personal feeling is what'll make that happen is if they create some artificial way to trigger that sector, and the artificial way could be like the oil and gas sector did, the buybacks, like Barrick, all these big companies, B2 Gold, they create a buyback strategy on their stock, and that'll trigger the investors that own the mid caps. They'll start making money, right? And then they'll say, what's next, right?
But
then
that's temporary.
Then they'll look around, and it'll be junior companies.
I agree. So that's one factor. The other factor which is different from the past years. I started with mining in '97, right? Just before grades.
Yeah.
And so basically, what happened for the past 20, 30 years was that there's always a chance to be bought up. People make tons of money, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are lacking that. We don't see that for a long time, right? And old days, you have one hole drill, that's Argentina gold, boom, next day fall out, $1 billion, right? That didn't happen for a long time. We haven't seen that. The reason being, I think one of the problem is geopolitics, because now there's like completely one thing. The other thing is the government. This is the government hands, like municipal hand, now they're visible. So they have a snap say who can buy, cannot buy, right?
Yeah.
They kill so many deals. They kill so many deals in M&A, so basically they love people who don't have access. That's why the access. As much as they used to have, right? Because, for example, one part is like China. China is being a big buyer. All of a sudden, it's picking up because China is not supposed to buy anything, critical in U.S. or Canada. Right? They kill so many deals, and all of a sudden, like there's so many companies don't know what to do, and they have this, great deposit and won't sell, and so people can benefit. Our shareholders can benefit. And all of a sudden, they can't sell because the government doesn't move. The same thing happening in Australia, right? And all this. So that's the issue. Because,
monopoly.
Yeah, because so-called this national security. I'm not here to they don't take a side, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of money being taken out of the system. because we this geopolitical competition. And all of a sudden, because let's face it, I mean, all these mines and material, they're not really here in Canada. We don't have industry to handle that. So we need to be sold to where the demand is. Where's that? Right? And so they don't want to sell.
They don't want to give them
They want
control.
They killed so many deals lately. And that's
Yeah.
yeah.
But I'm talking about what's going to trigger the mass psychology effect back to the juniors and the exploration companies. What's going to trigger that? You talked about demand in China. Yeah, that's all true. But I mean, I think there has to be something, and over my career, that something is the jockey. The jockey that can make it happen. Robert Friedland. There's an amazing jockey, right? Back in my time, Murray Pesson, I raised Murray Pesson probably over $1 billion for Hemlo and SK Creek. And if this guy would walk in the room, forget about social media, man, he would have a stock trading 3-4 million shares a day. There's no more jockeys left like that, right? There's nobody left that has that amazing talent. That's what I think that's what we're missing.
Then let's create it.
Yeah, well, we have the people in this room here to do it. We just have to decide which sector we want to be in. And I think the sector to be in right now is Bitcoin. Obviously, we all know that, right? That's the sector.
Team up and have a mastermind. All the masterminds.
We use Bitcoin as the underlying
But
sector.
buybacks don't work great because it's temporary, it's not sustainable. They can't take their money and buy their own stock. It doesn't produce
I can
anything.
show you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just
and
means
I saw there's no
internet.
internet.
就是
我最近看一下他们买卖的那个线，它这个网特别差，不知道为什么，这挣不起来。我这是不是连上？但
Right?
是
And then once they start
别的
making
网，
money,
这里有别的
they'll say, what's next? How do I leverage?
Backfires because it
所
wears off the
以我可以给你看冥币的买卖信号，有这个有这个有这个，
and you can't keep doing it forever because they'll run out
每
of
个币
money.
它都有。
And then the price will start falling on the
你用
stock.
什么买？你用
They'll run away.
那个
被改
So they can't keep
我知道
buying stock every year.
被改
不是用一个USD
买这个公纸，买这个公纸，然后它有，所以你不需要存任何的币进去，只需要放 USDT， 对，它所有的都是存 USDT， 然后再看这个。对，它是一个，它跟那个美元，为什么它这个显示我都有这个 BNB 是现在还在 hold 还没有 close 这个
Yeah, I've been on Facebook.
好像跟设备有关，我的也不太行，但是那个可能
是吧？
我可能要去跟那个。
OK， 出来了。然后这个你看它这还在 hold 的一个 order，就是从这儿做了一个 launch。还在老。
但是这个 correction 没有让它
它不会，因为这个是一个2小时，因为这是一个2小时的股，所以它比较那个长。比如说你要切换到一天，切不成，对，切换到一天它就，因为它的那个 long 跟 short 呢，它是一个然后呢，它的 position 就是在这一天内我什么时候买卖。所以我今天看到OK， 现在我那么我不是在之后再去后再找一个更好的然后呢，所以就这样其实你是相当于是用这2个模型来交叉运营这样你能提高它的，然后让你的这个回撤，因为这个东西是可以用来所以你只要现在用的很
它允许吗？
它允许altcoin 的话一般是10倍，然后如果要是 Bitcoin 的话120倍。
Bitcoin 不是
平台见不见得澳洲的但是它是所有的王志言，你有密的那个
啊，我
那个我操，给拿我们
啊，好呀。
不是我想那个我是个我也是个 guest， 我也是个 guest， 但是玩这个大家都是对，
大家是对。
这里总归会有，
现在都谁在我有我跟不上，有我跟不上，还是哦有哦来。So
they allow people to have their own private.
But you guys speak what other languages?
Oh, they have restrictions. Like they have to
speak the same language. 对他这个店，他这个店就是，他主要是它主要是人进来以后，一个报机就能开机，这报机直接刷卡直接买。
对，也可以用这个网络买。
你现在还是。
you.